room
It was the room that we stayed in.
And that setup, the way the room is set up, is that similar to how it was when you lived there?
Yes.
And that's State's Exhibit 32. Let's go to State's Exhibit 33. What is depicted there?
The vent above the bed.
And what happened with that vent?
Adam moved it so he could go in the ceiling.
Now, did you ever touch that vent, Kayla?
No.
And State's Exhibit 34?
It's the vent.
Are those fair and accurate representations? Is that consistent with your memory of what those items looked like?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike the ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 30 through 34.
Any objection?
Only through 30.
Okay. All right, the ID is stricken. Those are entered as full exhibits and may be published to the jury.
And so, Kayla, I'm holding up what's been marked, or what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 30. What is this item? What is depicted here?
The outside of the family shelter.
How long did you live at this shelter for?
A month and a half almost.
And State's Exhibit 30? What's depicted in this image?
The room that was the one we stayed in was on the left side, room 1, and the other room is the second one next to it.
You stayed in room 1,
Yes.
and you mentioned room 2 being beside it.
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 32 and 33. You mentioned that this was consistent with what the room looked like when you lived there?
Yes.
And those are the bunk beds that you mentioned?
Yes.
And you said you could see the vent that was used in these images?
Yes.
And can you remind the jury what's in State's Exhibit 34?
That's the vent that he climbed up to and put Harmony in the ceiling.
When you say he climbed up to put Harmony in the ceiling, who is he?
Adam.
At the time you were living at the Families in Transition shelter, was there anything going on with Harmony's body? Was she having any changes? Or was her body having any changes?
Yes.
And I want you to tell the jurors what those changes were.
You could smell a horrible smell that was coming through the vents.
Do you remember that horrible smell?
Yes.
Did maintenance come at some point while you were living there because of that smell?
Yes.
And what happened when those maintenance workers came?
Adam took her back down from out of the ceiling and brought the bag in the bathroom.
And what happened when Adam brought Harmony down from the ceiling?
That she was starting to smell and there was fluid leaking.
So you smelled her. And did you see the fluid?
No, I didn't see it.
How do you know about the fluid that was leaking?
Adam said that.
What did he say?
He said that there was blood up in the ceiling and fluid.
And And so what did he do with that duffel bag containing Harmony after he removed her from the ceiling because of maintenance?
He put her in a trash bag.
I'm showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 52 for identification.
Yes.
Kayla, do you recognize the item that's depicted in this image?
Yes.
What is that?
The CMC diaper bag.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the CMC diaper bag?
Yes.
And how about State's Exhibit 53?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation
Yes.
of the item that's depicted?
Yes.
And what is that item?
It's the bag that Adam put Harmony in.
So you mentioned garbage bags that he put her in.
Yes.
What did he put those garbage bags into, if anything?
He put the garbage bags inside that bag.
So, Your Honor, at this point I move to strike ID, strike what's been marked as ID and mark as full States Exhibit 52 and 53.
An objection?
And I move to publish, sorry.
52 and 53, the ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits and they may be published to the jury.
Thank you. Kayla, how did Harmony's body fit into this bag?
Adam squished her in it.
I'm sorry, can you say that a little bit louder?
Adam squished her into the bag.
Kayla, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 85. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is this similar to that CMC bag?
Yes.
Is it in fact identical to that CMC bag?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point I move to strike the ID of States Exhibit 85 and mark as full and publish to the jury.
Any objection?
No objection.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
So the defendant put Harmony into garbage bags and he squished her into a bag like this one?
Yes.
And this again was at the Families in Transition shelter.
Yes.
Where did he do that to her?
In the bathroom of the room that we stayed in.
Were you in the bathroom with him when he did that?
No.
Did you hear anything when he was doing that to her in the bathroom?
I heard a loud bang.
Could you see what was going on in there?
No.
You mentioned the defendant stuffing Harmony into the duffel bag
Yes.
at that intersection in the car dive.
Yes.
And then you mentioned him squishing her into this bag.
Yes.
Did she fill that bag, that CMC bag that you just saw?
Yes.
Her body filled that bag?
Yes.
And what did he do with the bag after he put her in there?
He put her back in the ceiling.
You mentioned being at the Families in Transition shelter for a month and a half.
Yes.
During that time, did the defendant begin discussing disposing of Harmony, getting rid of her body?
No.
At some point, did he begin discussing disposing of Harmony, getting rid of her body?
Yes.
And what was his plan? What was his idea for getting rid of her?
To use lime. And dismember her.
What did he believe that lime would do if he used it on her body?
Speculation unless it's safe.
Did
The objection is sustained. You can rephrase the question, please.
did the defendant tell you what he believed lime would do if he used it on Harmony's body?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
That it will help decay her body.
That it would help decay her body?
Yes.
Did he tell you what he believed dismembering her would do?
No.
But he told you that that was his plan?
Yes.
Counsel, can you approach for just a minute? As I had said to you, we will take a mid-morning break. I think this is a good time to do that. I'm going to ask the witness for the moment, please remain on the stand. Ladies and gentlemen, I remind you, don't discuss the evidence that you've heard, this case with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Don't look up anything on your phones. Make sure you're avoiding any headlines. And we will take a 15-minute break, so we'll come back and start testimony again in about 5 of. Okay? All rise for the jurors, please.
Am I sitting or am I standing?
If the witness wants to use the restroom or have a drink of water, this is a good time to do that. 15 minutes, everybody? Yes.
I believe Ms. Montgomery's attorney is here, and he may have snacks for her. I just want to make that available to her.
Okay. If Attorney Garrity, speak to the sheriff's office. If there's any issue, they can communicate with me.
I will.
Okay, thank you. All right, all set, everybody. 15 minutes. She can, Attorney Garrity. Yeah, okay,
We already have it in holding.
okay.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
So, I want her back on the stand in 15 minutes, so however you want to accomplish that is fine with me. Okay. right, you can remain standing because we're going to bring the jurors in. Oh, do you want to get? Yes, yeah. Why don't we get her? Yep. All right, you can be seated. We're going to bring the witness in first. Just be careful of the wires, please. All right. All rise for the jurors, please.
All rise for the jury.
You may be seated. Turn your nose whenever you're ready. Ms. Montgomery, I remind you, you remain under oath.
Kayla, before, excuse me. Before we broke, you were telling us about your time in the fit shelter.
Yes.
And you mentioned the defendant taking Harmony's body out of that ceiling. She was still in the duffel bag.
Yes.
Brought her into the bathroom, is that right?
Yes.
And you said when he was in there, you couldn't see what was going on, but you heard a bang.
Yeah.
What was he doing to her?
Trying to fit her in that bag.
When you say trying to fit her into that bag, is that the bag like this one?
Yes.
And you heard a bang while he was doing that.
Yes.
Did you hear any other noises?
No.
How long was he in the fit shelter bathroom trying to fit her into this bag?
About a couple hours.
You mentioned him putting her in garbage bags and then squishing her into a bag like that one.
Yes.
The duffel bag that he had initially put her in, what happened to that duffel bag?
He got rid of it.
Do you know what he did with it?
I don't know what he did with it. But it was no longer, we didn't have it anymore.
And was that after the bathroom?
Yes.
You said that Harmony's body was beginning to smell and that it was horrible.
Yes.
Did the defendant take measures to combat that smell?
Yes.
What did he do?
That is when he took her down from the ceiling and brought her into the bathroom to put her in the garbage bags and to get her to fit in that bag that's similar to that one. And he asked me to bring the bag to his job.
Where was his job at the time? Where was he working?
At Portland Pie in Manchester.
This is still while you were at the Families in Transition shelter?
Yes.
How long did he work there for?
2 months.
And you said he asked you to bring the bag to him at work.
Yes.
Did you obey?
Yes.
About how did you get there from the Families in Transition shelter to his work?
I walked
And where was the bag at that point?
in the stroller.
How long of a walk is that from the shelter to his work at Portland Pie?
About 10, 15 minutes.
Was anyone with you during that walk?
My 2 kids.
Why did you obey the defendant when he told you to bring Harmony's body in that bag to his work?
Because I was scared.
Are you aware of what he did with her body once you brought it to him?
Yes.
What did he do with it?
He put it.
Sustained. If you would rephrase the question.
Your Honor, you said you're aware of what he did with her body at his work at the Portland Pie Pizza Company. How are you aware of what he did with it, Kayla?
Because he told me that he put her in the freezer.
Was that the only time, to your knowledge, that he put her in the freezer, or were there more times where he brought her and put her in the freezer?
That was my only time.
I want to go back for just a moment. When he was in the bathroom, you said it was for several hours.
Yes.
Are you aware of him doing anything to clean up in that bathroom?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what he did to clean up?
He used ammonia to clean up anything that happened in that bathroom.
How do you know he used ammonia to clean up anything that happened in that bathroom?
Because he specifically bought it.
Were you with him when he bought it?
I don't remember.
But you remember him using ammonia to clean.
Yes.
Did he tell you what he believed the ammonia would do?
It wouldn't show evidence of any blood or fluids.
And did he tell you at that point why he didn't want evidence to be shown, why he didn't want anything to be shown down the road?
So he wouldn't get in trouble and nobody could find anything.
Why did he put Harmony in the freezer at the Portland Pie Pizza Company?
Because he said that if she's in the freezer, there wouldn't be any fluids or anything leaking.
At some point around that time, did you get tax returns, your tax refunds?
Yes.
Do you remember around when that was?
March, February or March, I believe, in 2021.
So I still want to talk about the time you were at the fit shelter. Did you eventually leave the fit shelter?
Yes.
And where did you live after the fit shelter?
Union Street in Manchester.
Do you remember when you moved into Union Street in Manchester?
Yes.
What day did you move there?
February 20th, 2020.
And did you sign a lease agreement for that apartment?
Yes.
Did you list Harmony as a child?
No.
How about on your tax returns? Did you list Harmony as a child?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors why you did that?
Because she lived with us for 6 months or more, and Adam told me to leave her on there.
Did he tell you why he wanted you to leave her on there?
So that it wouldn't seem, it would just show that we still had her living with us. So you moved into your apartment on Union Street
on February 20th, is that what you said?
Yes.
And that's of 2020?
Yes.
Where was he keeping Harmony at that point?
In the refrigerator of our apartment.
And I asked you earlier, and I think you said he began to discuss dismembering Harmony.
Yes.
What did he say about dismembering her?
That he just wanted to put her in, he would put her in pieces to get rid of her.
And was that at the Union Street apartment?
Yes.
That's where that discussion occurred?
Yes.
Did he ever discuss using tools on Harmony with you? Using tools on her body?
He said that he was going to try and use a saw. He wanted to use a hand saw or a NutriBullet.
And I want to unpack that.
And I didn't hear that last word, I'm sorry.
And a NutriBullet. NutriBullet.
Kayla, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63 for identification.
Yes.
Do you recognize the item that's depicted in this exhibit?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what it is?
It's a hand saw.
It's a handsaw?
Yeah.
Do you recognize this handsaw?
Yes.
When the defendant discussed dismembering Harmony, using tools on her,
Yes.
is this a saw that he discussed doing that with?
Yes.
Is this an accurate representation of that saw as you remember it?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID, mark as full, State's Exhibit 63, and publish to the jurors.
No objection.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
So this is the saw that he discussed using to dismember Harmony's body?
Yes.
That discussion again occurred at the Union Street apartment?
Yes.
You talked about something else just then, and we barely caught it. You mentioned a NutriBullet?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what that is, what a NutriBullet is?
It's like a blender that you can make smoothies in or any kind of puree food item.
And what did the defendant say about using a NutriBullet, a blender, on Harmony?
When we lived on Union Street,
What did he say about it?
he said that it would be good to use. It would help get rid of her.
It helped get rid of Harmony.
Yes.
Earlier you mentioned the defendant talking about lying, the idea that what was his idea? What was his purpose of using lime?
That it would help her body decay.
That's what he told you?
Yes.
Caleb, I've shown you it's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 62. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
And what can you tell me about this item? Do you recognize anything, particular markings on this item?
The bag of lime on the left side is similar to the one that he had.
When you say it's similar to the one that he had, who's he? Who's the he that you're
Adam.
referring to?
Adam.
And is there a circle around that bag?
Yes.
And is there writing underneath it?
Yes.
Do you recognize that writing?
It's my initials.
Okay. Is this an accurate representation of the item that you circled and initialed?
Yes.
Did you write those initials?
Yes.
Did you circle this item?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
To let it be known that that's the item that was similar to the one that he had.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID and mark as full and publish State's Exhibit 62.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, the ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit and it may be published.
Kayla, who were you with when you circled this bag of lime?
Detective Dunleavy and Riley.
Is that Max Rayhill?
Yeah, that
Another
one.
detective?
Yeah.
So you were with law enforcement?
Yes.
And they asked you if you could identify. Had you seen?
I'm sorry, objection sustained.
Had you seen a bag of lime in your Union Street apartment?
Yes.
Where was that bag of lime located in your Union Street apartment?
In the bathroom.
Do you know how that bag of lime got there?
No.
Did you buy that bag of lime?
No.
When you saw that bag of lime in the bathroom of Union Street, what was going on in that bathroom at the time?
Adam was trying to de-thaw her body.
When you say Adam was trying to de-thaw her body, what was he doing specifically?
Taking the clothes off of her. And putting her in the bag of lime.
And when he was trying to de-thaw her body, where was Harmony's body at the time?
In the bathtub.
And that's when you saw the bag of lime?
Yes.
Did you see Harmony's body in the bathtub?
Yes.
I want you to tell the jurors what you saw of her body in that bathtub.
I saw Harmony in the bathtub, still folded together the same way that she was left in the bag when we took her out of the car. And she just looked like she had just barely any skin, like she was just a layer of skin and bone. And she was all bruised up.
And what was the defendant doing to de-thaw her?
He had the hot water running from the shower.
And where was the hot water running in the shower?
In the bathroom.
Where was the hot water running in relation to Harmony's body?
Union Street apartment.
Harmony's body, where was it in the Union Street apartment?
In the tub.
Was the hot water touching her?
Yes.
He was running it over her?
Yes.
And what was he doing to Harmony's body during this process?
Taking the clothes off of her.
Was he touching her at all during that process?
Yes.
Tell us how he was touching her.
He was cutting the clothes off of her and just defawing her.
Did he tell you to help him at some point?
Yes.
Did you obey him?
Yes.
Why?
'Cause I was scared.
How did you help him?
I helped him take the clothes off of her.
How did he take the clothes off of her?
By cutting them with scissors.
What did he do with her body after he cut the clothes off of her?
Put her in the bag of lime.
You mentioned these clothes. What clothes was she wearing when he put her into that tub?
She had a hoodie on. And she had her leggings on. That's...
Did you leave that bathroom at some point while he was in there?
Yeah,
Why? Why'd you leave the bathroom?
because I needed to check on the kids. And I couldn't be in there anymore.
And let's talk about that. What do you mean you couldn't be there in there anymore?
Because I couldn't handle it. I didn't want to see anything.
How long was he in the bathroom for that day?
A few hours.
And that was with Harmony's body?
Yes.
At some point, did he close the door to the bathroom?
Yes.
Were you able to hear what he was doing in there?
No.
Were you able to... Why weren't you able to hear what he was doing in there?
Because our neighbor next door always had loud music playing, and I couldn't tell what noises were happening.
You mentioned a shower being on earlier.
Yes.
Did that shower stay on after you left the bathroom?
It was on when I left the bathroom, yes.
And did it stay on? Did he leave it on?
Yes.
Did he take breaks from what he was doing in the bathroom at any point?
No.
Did he leave the bathroom at any point?
No.
How many bags did you see in the bathroom with him?
3.
And what was happening with each of those bags?
He had lime in the bags.
So one of the bags was a bag of lime.
Yes.
Was it a large bag or a small bag?
The bags that he was putting them in were large trash bags.
The bag that contained the lime, was that a large bag or a small bag?
It was a large bag.
A large bag of lime?
Yes.
You said that he was putting that lime into a bag.
Yes.
Was there anything else in the bag when he was putting the lime in?
No.
Did you see Harmony's body go into the bag?
No.
What happened to Harmony's body after it was in the bathtub?
It was in the CMC bag.
What did he do with the CMC bag?
Put Harmony in it.
What did he do with the lime that was in the bathroom?
It was in the big trash bags.
The lime was in the big trash bags?
Well, I know he put the lime in trash bags, but I didn't see that bag after.
Which bag did you not see after that?
The lime bag.
Did he also add lime to the CMC bag?
Yes.
Was he talking to you during this process?
No.
He was working.
Yeah.
At any point, did you see him remove Harmony's body from the bathtub?
No.
You mentioned earlier that he put Harmony's body back into the CMC bag.
Yes.
How do you know that he did that?
Because he put the bag back in the freezer after.
You mentioned garbage bags.
Yes.
What was he doing with the garbage bags in that bathroom?
He had the big garbage bags put in the CMC bag, and it had the lime in the bag.
And that clothing that you mentioned, he used scissors to cut off her clothing.
Yes.
What happened to her clothing? What happened to Harmony's clothes?
It was put in a trash bag.
Was anything else put into that trash bag with her, or with the clothes?
Not that the duffel bag.
So you saw the duffel bag again after the fit shelter.
Yes.
And that trash bag that the duffel bag went into, that the clothes went into, what happened to that trash bag?
I don't know.
Did the defendant tell you what he planned to do with that trash bag?
Throw them away.
Did he tell you specifically where he was going to throw it away?
He just said he wasn't going to leave them in our trash area. He was going to bring them somewhere.
Did he say why he wasn't going to leave them in your trash?
So that there's no evidence.
Do you recall telling investigators that when you saw Harmony in the bathtub, the defendant was squishing the liquids out of her?
No.
You mentioned earlier the defendant talked about dismembering Harmony.
Yes.
Did he do that in the bathroom?
I don't know.
That conversation about dismembering Harmony, conversation about using the tools, how close in time was that to the steps, the actions the defendant took in the bathroom?
Well, I know that the conversation with the tool happened when I lived with my mother.
Okay.
We were staying at my mother's house. And by the time that he was trying to, I don't even know what he did, but it was a few months after.
You mentioned earlier that the defendant squished Harmony at the fit shelter. He squished Harmony into that CMC bag.
Yes.
So that her body filled that bag.
Yes.
How was he able to add lime to that bag if it was full of Harmony's body?
I don't know.
You don't know what he did in that bathroom.
No.
And I believe you said this already, but what did he do with the bag, the CMC bag, after he was done in the bathroom?
He put it in the freezer.
Did the defendant ultimately dispose of what remained of Harmony's body?
I don't know.
Did he get rid of her body
Not then.
at some point?
Yes.
And so I want to turn your attention to that. At some point, did he have a conversation with you about getting rid of that CMC bag, of getting rid of Harmony's body?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what that conversation involved, what he said?
He said that that he wanted to get rid of her body soon because he was scared that if anything ever happened, he was scared of what would happen to him and me and the kids.
And what steps did the defendant take to get rid of that CMC bag that had Harmony's body in it?
He got in touch with an old friend of his,
Do you remember that old friend's name?
Travis Beach.
Did you know Travis Beach at the time?
No.
Had you met him before?
No.
Do you know how the defendant got in touch with Travis Beach?
I don't know who reached out to who, but I knew it was about selling a gun.
And did Travis Beach ever come to your apartment?
Yes.
Did he come to your apartment with a female?
Yes.
Do you know that female's name?
Brittany.
And is that Brittany Bedard?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we refer?
Yes?
You may proceed.
Miss Montgomery, you mentioned a Brittany coming to your house.
Yeah.
Do you recognize the person that's depicted in this image? And I should say, for the record, I'm showing Kayla what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 55.
That's Declan.
You recognize the individual in this image?
Yeah.
And you said it's Declan?
Yes.
Who is Declan to you?
My son.
Did Brittany, did she stay at your house for very long?
A couple days.
Okay. And at some point after Travis Beach, Brittany Bedard arrived at your home on Union Street, did you go to a hotel with them?
Yes.
At some point after they came to your house that day, when you went to that hotel with them, did you become aware of a U-Haul?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of this U-Haul?
So that Adam can use it to dispose of Harmony's body.
Do you remember the name of the hotel that you stayed at?
The Econolodge.
And you mentioned not having an ID, not having a license. Whose name was that Econolodge room under?
Brittany.
Did they stay at the Econolodge with you?
Yes.
And were they in the same room as you, or a separate room, or something else?
Separate room.
When did you first become aware of the U-Haul?
Adam had talked to me about having her rent a U-Haul to use.
Did Adam tell you why he wanted her to rent a U-Haul to use?
Because she has a license. And to have it in somebody else's name.
Why did he want that U-Haul rental in someone else's name?
So that they can't prove that Adam rented it.
Did you see the U-Haul rental at any point?
Yes.
Can you describe the U-Haul rental for the jurors?
The rental The U-Haul was a van, like a van that, like people that do painting would use.
So it was a rental van.
Yes.
And I want to back up for just a moment. You said you were at the O'Connor Lodge Hotel. Was Harmony's body with you in that hotel?
Yes.
Where was that body? Where was Harmony being stored?
In the fridge.
Did the defendant tell you where he planned to dump Harmony's body?
No.
Did he leave with the rental van at some point?
Yes.
Did he leave with the CMC bag at the same time?
Yes.
When did he leave?
It was in the middle of the night.
Did he say anything to you before he left?
No.
Did he tell you what he was doing?
No, but I already knew what he was doing.
And that's because he told you before.
Yes.
Did he tell you specifically why he wasn't telling you where he was going, where he was dumping Harmony?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what he told you.
He said he wasn't telling me where he was bringing her so that if anything like this happened and the cops got involved, that I wouldn't be able to tell. I wouldn't know where she is, so I couldn't tell anybody where she is. Only he would know.
Kayla, where is Harmony's body?
I don't know.
Kayla, where did he dump Harmony?
I don't know.
Did he return to the hotel room?
Yes.
And when did he return?
It was like right before the sun came out
Did he say anything to you when he returned?
that he got rid of her.
That CMC bag, the one that he squished Harmony into,
Yes.
was it still with him?
No.
I want to switch gears, Kayla. I told you we'd get back to this, but I want to talk about the time that you were living in the fit shelter, the time you were living in your apartment on Union Street. At some point during that time frame, early 2020, did the defendant begin to suspect that you were informing on him?
Yes.
Did he suspect that you were informing on him about Harmony?
Sustained.
I'll rephrase.
Thank you.
What did he suspect that you were informing on him about?
About killing Harmony.
And what did he do because of those suspicions?
He started abusing me.
I want to unpack that abuse. Can you tell the jurors what he did to you?
When he would accuse me of talking to police or detectives, he would ask me if I was telling, and I would say no. And he would say just to tell him the truth, and I wouldn't agree, saying that I did. And then because he would end up hitting me, and I finally said that I did, even though I didn't, but he still hurt me anyway.
You said that he ended up hitting you. He would still hurt me anyway.
Yes.
How did he hurt you, Kayla?
By punching me
Where did he punch you?
in the head.
What did he punch you with, Kayla?
His hands.
Open hand, closed fist, something else?
Both.
How often did this happen to you? How often did he do this?
Constantly. It just kept happening.
What was it like living with him back then, Kayla?
It was definitely not good.
Do you recognize what's depicted in what's marked as States Exhibit 99, Kayla?
Yes. It's me with two black guys.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of you on that day?
Yes.
Do you remember what day this was?
March 17th,
Is that of 2020 or 2021?
2021.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID mark as full and publish to the jury States Exhibit 99.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, the ID is stricken and is entered as a full exhibit. It may be published to the jury.
And Kayla, you said that the abuse started in early 2020.
Yes.
You said that this photo was taken in March of 2021.
Yes.
You also said that this was a regular occurrence.
Yes.
From the time that the abuse began until you took this photograph, was it consistent with the defendant? Was he consistently accusing you?
Yes.
Was he consistently hitting you?
Yes.
Was he doing things to items in your house?
Yes.
What was he doing to the items in your house?
Destroying everything. Breaking a lot of stuff.
Why was he breaking things, Kayla?
Because he thought that there was microphones in the house. And I was telling on him. And thought there was cameras.
You said that he would hit you, that he would hurt you. Did he also threaten you?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what he said would happen to you.
He said that he would be able to contact his family member, his Uncle Kevin, and have him kill me and cut me in pieces, and nobody would be able to find me.
Did he say why that would happen? Why he would have that done?
If I ended up telling on him
Telling on him about what?
about Harmony being murdered.
What else did the defendant do when he suspected that you were working with the police?
He was very abusive.
During one of those incidents, do you recall trying to call someone for help, trying to get help?
Yes.
And Caleb, let me ask you this. Do you know someone named Roseanne Smith?
Yes.
Who is Roseanne Smith to you?
She was the public transportation for the ride to the clinic.
I want you to tell the jurors about an incident involving Mrs. Smith.
I was going to the methadone clinic, and I left without him while he was sleeping because he would tell me we're not going even when our ride showed up, but I ended up going while he was sleeping. And I was getting dropped off, and I had a black eye, and Rose saw my black eye, and I asked her if I could use her phone to call somebody so I could call my mom or somebody to help me. And he saw that I was using her phone, and he came and ripped it out of my and her hand. I was handing her back the phone, and he ripped it out of her hand and asked who I was calling. And he was being very aggressive.
Again, you were trying to call for help.
Yeah.
Do you know someone named Tara Hilbert?
Yes.
Tell the jurors about an incident involving Miss Hilbert.
Adam would tell me that I couldn't leave the house, and I ended up leaving and running out of the house, and I had my daughter in my arms. And I ran to Tara's apartment, which was right next door, and asked her if she could call my mom. And then Adam came out and followed me and put me in a chokehold and said to tell her to not call my mom, to don't make that phone call or else he's gonna hurt me.
Kayla, why couldn't you leave the house?
Because he thought that I was trying to tell on him.
And let me ask you this, Kayla. When you left the house, were your two small sons still in the house with him?
Yes.
Why did you only take your daughter?
Because she was in my arms. I was already feeding her, and I just ran. I just ran out and to find help, and I could go back and get the kids.
The image that I showed you, you described having bruising, black eyes.
Yeah.
Does that day stand out to you, Kayla?
Yes.
Why does it stand out to you?
Because that's the day that I took the kids and left.
Are you still married to the defendant?
Yes.
When did you get married to him?
On Harmony's birthday in 2017.
Do you remember that day, Harmony's birthday?
Yes.
What day was it?
It was June 7th.
And can you tell us that date again that you left him?
It was March 17th, 2021.
Are you aware of whether or not he began a relationship with another individual after you left him?
No.
Do you know someone named Kelsey Small?
Yeah.
Did you ever meet Kelsey Small?
Yes.
Did officers in December of 2021 contact you regarding Harmony being missing?
Yes.
And you mentioned a lie earlier. Did you stick to that lie?
Yes.
I want you to tell the jurors why you stuck to that lie.
Because Adam told me to just stay saying that lie.
And so when they contacted you in December of 2021, you gave them that lie.
Yes.
And after they left you, did you contact Adam?
Yes.
What did he say when you contacted him?
He said not to say anything and to say I want a lawyer and don't tell them where he is.
Where was he at the time?
In Maine.
And did you tell him to get back here?
Yes.
Kayla, do you remember where you were on December 30th, 2021?
I was at the family shelter.
Do you remember going to a Walmart that day?
Yes.
And Kayla, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 65 for identification.
Yeah.
Do you recognize the individuals that are depicted in that image?
It's Kelsey, Adam, and myself.
And can you point to Adam on that image? Is this a fair and accurate representation of you, Kelsey, and Adam at the Walmart on December 30th of 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 65.
Any objection?
No objection.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published to the jury.
And you said, you pointed here? Is
Yes.
That's Adam?
Yes.
Taylor, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 90. I'm just going to ask that you look at each page in turn. Do you recognize the individuals depicted in these images?
Yes, that's Kelsey and me.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Kelsey and me.
Do you see the defendant anywhere in these images?
That's not him. No.
So it's Kelsey and you.
Yeah.
Again, is this the images that are depicted here accurate representations of you and Kelsey that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 90.
No, I heard something.
Yes.
to the Walmart to do?
To trade phones in for money.
Do you remember how many phones you traded in that day?
Like 3 or more.
Whose phones did you trade in?
Mine and Adam's, and I don't know who else.
And can you remind us, who were you with at the Walmart that day?
It was myself, Kelsey, and Adam.
Kayla, we spoke earlier about your convictions.
Yes.
Was that actually part of a plea agreement that you entered into?
Yes.
The testimony that you've provided today, what is your testimony based on?
Actually being there?
Is it based on the truth?
Yes.
At some point you were charged with perjury, and we talked about that earlier, but after that charge, did you agree to proffer information, to provide information to the state?
Yes.
What was the sentence that you received for your charges, your perjury charges?
I got a 3.5 to 7 suspended, and then I got a 3.5 to 7 with 1.5 off my minimum.
And what portion of that prison sentence are you currently fulfilling today?
My minimum?
What's the suspended portion of your sentence as a whole?
It's 3.5 to 7 for 10 years.
Other than the sentence conditions and your cooperation agreement with the state, are there additional conditions that you have to follow right now?
To tell the truth,
What happens if you breach that agreement? What happens if you violate that agreement?
then I get charged with whatever you guys decide to charge me with all my charges that got dropped and whatever else.
Kayla, what's your primary obligation under that agreement?
To tell the truth.
And I want to follow up just briefly with a few of the things that you've said. You testified earlier that the defendant told you he hit Harmony back in July of 2019.
Yes.
You said that he gave Harmony a black eye that day.
Yes.
You said that he murdered Harmony on December 7th, that you witnessed him murder Harmony on December 7th, 2019.
Yes.
You said that you saw him carry Harmony's body for months and compressing her, squishing her into a bag.
Yes.
You said that after months of carrying her, he ultimately disposed of Harmony's body.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you if you're able to identify the person that you've said did those things. Kayla, I'm showing you what's been published as State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize the individual that's depicted in this image?
Yes.
Who is that?
Adam Montgomery.
Is that the Adam Montgomery that you referred to as abusing you for those months and months?
Yes.
The same one that you said gave Harmony a black eye, confessed to giving Harmony a black eye.
Yes.
The same one that beat Harmony to death, that murdered her in the Sebring.
Yes.
Kayla, at any point, did you pull Harmony out of the Sebring and stuff her into that duffel bag?
No.
At any point, did you fold her in half, as you described the defendant doing?
No.
Did you walk her to Badero's?
No.
Did you take her and put her in the ceiling of your room at the Fit Shelter?
No.
Did you smush her into a CMC bag like the one I showed you earlier?
No.
Did you compress her further and add lime to her in the bathroom of your Union Street apartment?
No.
Did you put her in a U-Haul van and dump her somewhere?
No.
Who did those things, Kayla?
Adam Montgomery.
At any point when you were living in that vehicle after you'd been evicted, were you ever alone with Harmony?
No.
Why not?
Because we were just always in the car.
Kayla, I want you to look at these jurors. Kayla, did you kill Harmony?
No, I did not.
Did you beat her to death?
No, I did not.
Were you alone with her when she died?
No, I was not.
If I could have just a moment. Kayla, thank you. I have no additional questions here.
All right. Council, I think this is a good time for the lunch break. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take an hour lunch break now, so please return at 1:05. I remind you, do not discuss this case with anyone, not with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Do not drive by any locations. Do not look at any headlines or other media about this case. Your obligation is to decide this case based exclusively upon the evidence that is presented here at trial and the law as I will give it to you in my instructions. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you back here after the lunch break. Thank you so much for your attention this morning. Ms. Montgomery, I'll have you stay right there for the moment. All rise, please. You can stand at first. Okay. You can be seated. Any preliminary matters you want to discuss? Okay. All set this afternoon? Okay, if you need to see the court for any reason, please just let me know. Thank you.
go ahead and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear to this jury that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, Ms. Sawyer. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Sawyer, since we're being recorded here today, and there's a microphone right in front of you, so I will ask you to please keep your voice up to make sure that the recording picks you up. Would you please state your full name and spell both your first and your last name?
My name is Crystal Renee Sorey, Crystalsorey.
And Ms. Sawyer, what town do you live in?
I live in Fitchburg, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived there?
A year and 5 months.
And how far did you go in school?
I didn't graduate high school.
Okay. I'd like to ask you about a specific day, June 7th, 2014. What significance, if any, does that day have for you?
It was the day my daughter Harmony was born.
And Harmony was a girl, correct?
Yes.
Have you had any other daughters besides Harmony?
No.
And what was her full name?
Harmony Renee Montgomery.
Same middle name as you.
Yes.
Okay. What was her medical condition when she was born?
She was blind in her right eye. She was misdiagnosed twice before that. Yeah, just blind in her right eye.
And after about 3 months after she was born, who did she go to live with?
Michelle Rafferty.
And do you know Michelle?
Very well.
Why did she go to live with Michelle?
I am a recovering drug addict. I was struggling at the time, handling her diagnosis. I was struggling.
Is it fair to say that who you are now in 2024 is different than who you were in 2014?
Very.
In March of 2016, were you able to obtain custody of Harmony again?
Yes.
Okay. Where did the two of you live?
First, when she reunified, I was at Casa Esperanza in Roxbury. It was a reunification program, but you could only progress so much there. So then we moved to Ruth Kelly Umi's house on the other side of Roxbury, Dorchester.
Okay. When the two of you were living together, how was Harmony?
Amazing, rambunctious, very smart. By the time she was 2, she could tell you her whole life story.
She was talkative.
Yes. People didn't believe she was 2.
When you got custody and were reunified with Harmony in those two places, did you work and finish potty training with Harmony?
Yes,
Okay.
I did.
And how did she take to that?
She did very well, honestly. I was kind of surprised. She was just really excited to be a big sister. Her brother had diapers, and I told her, babies wear diapers, and you're not a baby anymore. You're a big sissy. So she was right on it, and she did so well.
In September and then October, I know you were reunified in March of 2016. In September and October of 2018, did she go to live again with Michelle Rafferty?
Yes.
And when she left then, that would be the fall of 2018, how old was she?
2018. 3, I believe 3, almost 4.
Yeah, basis?
It's leading and with, I think the dates are wrong.
Your Honor, I believe the question was how old was she in the fall of 2018?
Objections overruled.
Thank you. So she was born in 2014, is that correct?
She was 4, yes.
Okay, so she was 4 in 18.
Yes.
And was she fully potty trained when she left you?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you, who was Harmony's birth father?
Adam Montgomery.
And how did you meet him?
Through a mutual friend.
Was he living with you when Harmony was born?
No.
Were the two of you living together when Harmony went to live with the Raffertys?
Never.
Did you ever have any other children with Adam Montgomery?
No.
At some point in 2019, who got custody of Harmony?
Adam.
Where was Adam living at the time?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
Do you remember what street he was living on?
Guilford Street.
And is that where Harmony was as well?
Yes.
What, if any, visits did you have with Harmony after she went to live with Adam Montgomery?
I had 2 physical visits with her. And then I had 2 FaceTime calls, both very brief.
The physical visits, where did you visit her?
Excuse me. Guilford Street.
Did you visit with her outside the home or inside the home? Or
Inside the home.
Inside the home. Did you see where her room was?
No. He never showed me.
When you say he, who is he?
Adam never showed me. I was only allowed in the living room or the bathroom.
How did you communicate with Adam at that time?
Facebook.
Facebook?
Yeah. He wouldn't give me his number.
When did you last see Harmony?
April
April of
2019.
2019?
Yeah, right before Easter.
How did you see her?
Oh, I was doing a Facebook video call. That was how I had job training, so I couldn't do a physical visit that week because I didn't know my schedule.
You said that was before Easter, is that correct?
Yes,
Did you see her on Easter?
yes,
Were you able to see her after that?
no.
What did you try to do to be able to see her or talk to her after that?
I just kept reaching out to Adam and Kayla and, asking, begging them to let me see her. And I was sorry for whatever I did. I wasn't even sure what I did, but I was just trying to reach out to really anybody at that point, his family, his grandmother, his uncle, his dad, anybody.
Let me ask, did you try to reach out through the months of May and June?
Yes,
What about in July?
I believe so.
Did you receive any phone call from Kevin Montgomery, Adam's uncle, in July?
Yes,
I'm not going to go into the detail of what was said, but after that call, did you continue these efforts you talked about before, trying to get in touch with Adam?
yes,
And what about September of 2019? Were you trying to get in touch with Adam then?
yes,
What about October and November of 2019? Were you trying to get in touch with Adam then?
yes,
Christmas of 2019?
yes,
In touch with him then?
yes,
Were any of those successful?
no,
Did you see or hear from Harmony at all during that time period?
no,
What about in the year 2020? Did you continue to try to find and get in touch with Harmony or Adam?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
No problem. What about the following year, in the year 2020? Did you try to get a hold of Adam and Harmony?
Yes, I had made a new Facebook hoping, because he had blocked me and so did Kayla, I was hoping to get through to him that way.
Did you try also through 2021?
Yes.
By December of 2021, what else were you doing to try to find Harmony
I was,
to respond?
calling DCF. I was, telling my therapist, talking to anybody that I knew was either a mandated reporter or had some type of leverage because I wasn't getting anywhere. I had wrote also to the mayor.
And in December of 2021, did you have any meetings with the Manchester Police Department?
I'm sorry.
Yep. In December of 2021, did you meet with the Manchester Police Department about trying to find Harmony?
Yes.
And with regards to that, did you provide them with any permissions to try to get more information to help find Harmony?
I signed whatever they needed me to sign.
Did any of that include medical authorizations for medical records?
Yes.
Did you provide a DNA swab for them?
Twice.
Did you provide permission for them to look at your Facebook account?
Yes.
Did you provide permission for them to find out where you had been living and contact those places to confirm your dates there?
Yes.
If I can approach you.
Mr. Green?
So I'm going to show you. It's been marked State's Exhibit 1.
For identification?
Your Honor, I believe we made this a
Oh,
full exhibit.
I'm sorry, that's full exhibit, thank you.
Do you recognize this person?
Yes. Adam Montgomery.
This is the person that you were trying to get a hold of?
Yes.
Show now, State's Exhibit 97. Who's this?
That's my girl. That's Harmony.
In the fall of 2018, when she met your practice, do you know that if she was going to school,
When she was with Michelle, she was, but not after.
not after?
No.
Could you explain what you mean by that? Not after?
When she went with Adam, she never went to school.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if we could approach.
Objection is found.
Ms. Sori, I just have one last question for you. With regard
I don't know, I'm drawing a bit of a... got back.
You mean with you?
It was just, it was tension. And she was adversarial, and, but then that went away. You know, it was like, it's like watching the tide come out. And then it was okay. So I'm like, well, it's been stressful, it's been crazy, and then the tide would come in faster.
Now, was that the first time that you, well, of course, you, at this point, you didn't know what this was all about at this point. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that was fair to say. She thought, afterwards I found out she thought that I was going to drive, I wasn't driving to Amanda's, I was going to drive to someplace and kill somebody. And I'm like, what in the world? And then that went away.
When did you learn that?
That was towards the end of the party, I guess. Not the party, but that time period that we were there. Because we were at that place for a few days after the party.
How did you learn it?
From her. Or no, from... I don't remember. I believe it was from her. And then a friend of mine, and...
Wait a minute now. Mr. Slattery, you mean that Annette Harvey disclosed to you that she had told that to someone?
She had told it, yeah.
Did she tell you who she had told it to?
She mentioned something to Kay Freeman, I believe, and there were a few other people, her son.
Well, how did you respond to her when she said that?
I said, that's the most crazy thing I ever heard. And then it was, well, you know, you're just jealous because I'm having an affair. And I'm like, you're not having an affair. And then it just, she had this idea that everybody...
All right, he's set up, and they bring the defendant on the stand later. We'll get a break now. When we come back, we'll check in with Matt Johnson. He is in New Hampshire covering Harmony Montgomery. Stay with us.
Weeknights,
Daddy and I have some exciting news.
Laugh More has a new man of the house.
Sounds like a plan that makes everybody happy.
And he runs a pretty tight ship.
You got blackjack. That pays 3 cookies to 2. I have responsibilities.
My game starts in 20 minutes.
You said having kids would be fun.
I said making kids would be fun.
Man with a plan. Weeknights starting at 11:10 Central on Laugh More.
Are you laughing at me?
So hard.
You budget. You pay bills.
Yet somehow women like you, like me,
Are 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
So here's what we're going to do now. We're going to save ourselves by setting a goal to save 2% more of our income for our retirement. Why 2?
1% honors you.
And 1% honors all womankind.
So come on. Learn more about the 2% challenge at WeStaySaveIt.org.
At Scripps News, reporting your world from the middle matters. Since 1878, Scripps has been a shining light in the middle of the storm.
Stories of survival and hope.
In the middle of the action.
You can see how treacherous the terrain is here.
The middle of it all.
This is a story that began long before.
So when events unfold on every side, see it clearly from the middle. Scripps News. Find with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
One more rep to go, buddy.
Emmett Smith.
You know it, and I know you missed another game.
I want to watch, but TV is so expensive.
Get a Tablo device, and you can watch live sports for free.
It sounds like fantasy football.
No, it's Tablo. You can pause, record, and rewind, so you'll never miss a play. You need to hurry up and get it today.
Okay. Are you always rushing?
Tablo. Learn more at TabloTV.com. It's not fantasy. It's a smart play.
There's gonna be trouble.
Are you still there?
Right time it.
Scared? You the law?
Oh, that's right.
I'll kill you. Now all I need is a fresh horse, a saddle, and a gun.
Let the games begin. That's what I'm talking about, you
Now you talking like you got some sense.
Let's get some order. Oh, okay. Sorry I'm late. Looking this good doesn't happen by accident.
There are people like us that want to reach out to you and send you that love.
Hey, family!
You might have to get my dance on.
I'm coming back to this show. Isn't this just fabulous?
You got us banned from being room parents? I have never been more in love with you.
That's incredible.
No, it's genius. I know. Oh, forget it. You'll never understand.
That's gotta hurt, huh?
Alf, what are you doing here?
I used to be a phenomenon. Now I'm reduced to a what are you doing here? You keep me coming back for more.
Top of the hour. Welcome back to Court TV Live, along with Kelly Craft. I'm Ted Rollins. Glad to round out another week with you. We are in the middle of what has been a very emotional day here at Court TV, based in the state of New Hampshire, the murder trial over the death of Harmony Montgomery.
The defendant is again a no-show, but his estranged wife is on the stand in tears, and we will get back to her cross-examination in just a moment.
We're also in Tennessee, where the defendant, Nanette Harvey, took the stand today. Her defense says that she was suffering a break from reality when she fatally stabbed her best friend. We're going to watch this in its entirety later this afternoon after we get through the gripping testimony that we're watching in the Harmony case.
Let's bring in Matt Johnson, who can join us now with an update on this case we've been watching out there. Hey, Matt, how you doing? Tell us what's happening.
Yeah, nice to see you both. What a Friday it has been, because it's been an emotional day in that courtroom. And who was on the stand? Well, Kayla Montgomery. She is arguably the state's star witness, being emotional at times, not having to face her husband because, again, Adam Montgomery did not show up for court today, 3 days in a row of this trial so far, because he got upset about being strip searched earlier in the week, we're told. Well, Kayla has been describing in detail, and in some cases gruesome detail, of how she said that Harmony and the family was abused at the hands of Adam Montgomery, and how she describes what he did with Harmony's body afterwards. Take a listen.
He took the duffel bag that was in the trunk and put her in the duffel bag.
Did he call 911 at any point?
No,
Did you?
no,
And when you saw him put her in that duffel bag, did you attempt to get away, to run?
no.
Why not?
They had the two other kids, and I was scared.
Scared of?
That something would happen to me or Adam and the kids.
What did her face look like when you saw her go into that bag?
It was all black and blue, and her face was puffy. Her eyes were puffy.
There's really hard testimony to listen to, especially for this jury that I saw wiping away tears at times. Now, Kayla Montgomery, again, the state's star witness, because she claims that Adam Montgomery mutilated the body afterwards, the corpse, and also killed Harmony Montgomery. She said that she lied on the stand and she is now facing time behind bars because of perjury, because she was worried about her family. She felt threatened by Adam. Adam would beat her. But now it's going to come down to the cross and what this jury believes, because remember, in opening statements that the defense in all of this, they say that Kayla killed Harmony.
Yeah, this is going to be a showdown. Will she be able to withstand that cross-examination? What about the reaction in the courtroom? I know just watching it here, we went through the emotions, all of them. You want to weep. At times, our stomachs were just sinking. I can't imagine being in that courtroom.
Well, I can tell you this much, Judge Amy Messer, she really knows when to take breaks, and the breaks are much needed at times when you're listening to such disturbing details, when you're talking about a little 5-year-old, what happened to her, and then her remains, which have never been found. The courtroom was packed today. That's the first time that I've seen that in any of the Montgomery trials. And also the jurors, as I mentioned, were wiping away tears. And then there was Crystal Sorey, who was in the gallery today. Remember, she's Harmony's biological mother. She left at times today, including during this moment. And you can't blame her. Take a watch.
Adam took her back down from out of the ceiling and brought the bag in the bathroom. She was starting to smell and there was fluid leaking.
So you smelled her. And did you see the fluid?
No, I didn't see it.
How do you know about the fluid that was leaking?
Adam said that.
What did he say?
He said that there was blood up in the ceiling and fluid.
What did he do with that duffel bag containing Harmony after he removed her from the ceiling because of maintenance?
He put her in a trash bag.
Kayla, do you recognize the item that's depicted in this image?
Yes.
What is that?
The CMC diaper bag.
Crystal Sorey eventually came back into the courtroom. She has victims' rights advocates with her, and they're really helping out a lot. A lot of people are holding her hands. She's gripping tissue during much of the testimony. Remember, today was very detailed about what happened to Harmony's body after she was killed, the items that she was put in, and the places that she was taken, including the pizza shop and that walk-in freezer. And I'm telling you right now that whenever they talk about that pizza shop, I look over at the jury and they just look disgusted. Yeah, I am sure many of them have been to that place. This is a small community.
And Matt, from the jurors' perspective, when you're taking a look at them, when Kayla is on the stand talking, obviously wiping away tears, but sometimes when someone is on the stand, you can take a look at the jurors and they don't seem like they are buying what the person on the stand is saying. Can you read anything from the jurors there in regard to if they're finding Kayla believable?
Well, you know, that is going to be more of a tell in my next live report, right? Because she's going to be under cross-examination, and when the defense really goes after her. Right now, it's much of a poker face, except when they appear to be emotional. Kelly?
Good observation.
It's this next few hours is going to be the state's case. To Matt's point, you know, we'll be able to judge her too, because she's got that sort of druggy, not drugged out, but like just a monotony, you know, feel to her. And I don't think she keeps that during cross, especially when they're going to accuse her of being a liar and a killer and everything
She'll get all
else.
revved up.
Yeah, we'll see. Matt Johnson, as always, thank you.
Interesting.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting because there was a lot of leading questions. And remember, during opening statements, prosecutors were saying that Kayla walked into the bathroom during the bathtub testimony when he's trying to defrost Harmony's body. Really gruesome details. But he was trying to squeeze out the liquid out of her body because it kept on leaking from the bags that he was putting her in. And she wasn't able to recant that on the stand. And they asked her a couple times. So that's interesting. And in the last trial where she was forced to testify as well as part of the plea deal during the weapons trial over the summertime, she was on the stand, and the same defense attorney for Adam Montgomery really honed in on the fact that she was on drugs during all of this, that she's a recovered drug addict, and she has a shady memory.
All right, Matt Johnson, thank you. We'll let you get back into the courtroom. We'll get a break in here. When we come back, we expect that the lunch break will be over, and we will watch the cross-examination of Kayla Montgomery together. There's a live look inside the courtroom. They're getting ready. We'll get you ready, too. There's the witness making her way back into the courtroom. Stay with us.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, a star witness takes the stand in the murder of Harmony Montgomery trial. Adam Montgomery's estranged wife testifies against him as he stands accused of killing his own daughter.
What happened when she had that accident?
Adam repetitively kept punching her in the head.
We have all of today's key moments from Kayla Montgomery's testimony.
Closing Arguments with Vinnie Politan, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
You budget. You pay bills.
Yet somehow, women like you, like me,
are 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
So here's what we're going to do now. We're going to save ourselves by setting a goal to save 2% more of our income for our retirement.
Why 2?
1% honors you.
And 1% honors all womankind.
So come on. Learn more about the 2% challenge at wesaysaveit.org.
There's gonna be trouble. Are you still there? That's on it. Scared? You the law? Salvation and sin. Well, that's right. I'll find you and I'll kill you. Now all I need is a fresh horse, a saddle, and a gun.
Let's go. You were evicted?
Right.
And I think you said pretty much the whole family unit stayed in the car?
Yes.
And that was from the time that you were evicted?
Yes.
And I think you also said something about from the time that you were evicted, every time you were in public, Harmony had to be under a cover.
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about an accident that was on November 29?
Yes.
And that's the day after Thanksgiving?
Yes.
A couple of days after you got evicted?
Yes.
And after that, on the same day of that accident, you actually went with the family to your mother's house?
Yes.
And so you, Harmony, Declan, and Seamus are there with your mother and her boyfriend and Adam?
Yes.
You were not in the car at that time?
No, we were inside the apartment.
And Harmony was not under a blanket?
No.
And on December, what is it? Second, you and Adam got in another bit of a fender bender, right?
Yes.
And that was out near Market Street, right?
Yes.
And the kids were not in the car that time, right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember that they were not in the car?
I don't remember if they were in the car or not.
Okay. So do you remember talking to the police about that traffic accident?
Yes.
And telling them that you thought, where'd it go? That Harmony was being babysat by Tabitha Scott?
Yes.
Because Harmony and Declan and Seamus were not in the car that accident, right?
From when I was being told, asking to remember that.
I beg your pardon?
I was being asked that question before.
Uh-huh.
And I said maybe they were being babysat by Tabitha. Because I didn't remember if they were in the car or not.
Okay. You couldn't remember who might be babysitting them, either your mother or Tabitha, right?
Right. Because I don't remember not having them in the car.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of the police report on that accident, would that help refresh your recollection of whether or not the kids were in the car?
Yes.
Show you a copy of a report. It's 4 pages, and you can read anything you want to refresh your recollection, but I would start perhaps there, that talks about the gist of the accident.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection about whether the kids were in the car?
No.
It doesn't?
No.
Okay, I'm going to ask you about that conversation with the police. You recall the accident?
Yes.
And you recalled that it was near Market Street?
Yes.
And you recalled that accident when you were talking to the police, correct?
Yes.
And I have a copy of that. We'll go back a little bit. You had a conversation with the police June 3rd. You recall that?
Of what year?
I'm sorry, 2022.
Yes.
And during that conversation, the police asked you about that accident, right?
Yes.
And when they asked you about the accident, they suggested that with it being at Market Street in the morning, you had probably just gone to the clinic, right?
Yes.
And they asked you where the kids were, right?
Yes.
And you said, I think Tabby was watching them. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't remember if it was her or my mom, but I don't know because I wasn't really at my mom's house yet because we went on the 11th.
Yes.
Okay. So when they asked where the kids were, you thought that they were being babysat by Tabitha, perhaps your mother?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to start with actually probably this investigation. And you were contacted by police sorry, a little mixed up, but you were contacted by police in in December of 2021, right?
Yes.
But there had actually been information in the media about looking for Harmony Montgomery, right?
Yes.
And you had actually seen things in the newspaper about Crystal Sorey wanting to find her daughter.
Yes.
And then when the police came to you, they wanted to talk to Adam about his daughter, right?
Yes.
And at that time, you and Adam were separated, right?
Yes.
You were living in the shelter.
Yes.
This was your second time at the Fit shelter, right?
Yes.
And Adam was in Maine, right?
Yeah.
And when they talked to you, you told them that as far as you knew, Adam had taken Harmony to his mother's, right?
Her mother's, yes.
I'm sorry, thank you. And you said that you thought Adam was in Maine,
Yes.
but you didn't give them a way to get in touch with him.
Right.
But you got in touch with him.
Yes.
And you said for him to come back to Manchester.
Yes.
You said that he needed to deal with this too.
Yes.
And you said that you were not dealing with it by yourself.
Yes.
And you said, this is not my fault.
Yes.
And Adam came when you contacted him.
Yes.
And he came to Manchester.
Yes.
But he came to Manchester with a woman,
Yes.
Kelsey Small.
Yes.
And you two had been separated since March of 2021.
Yes.
Actually, St. Patrick's Day, wasn't it?
Yes, this when I left.
You left and you called the police.
Yes.
And Adam got arrested, right?
Yes.
And he was in jail for a while, right?
30 days, yes.
And you said he was going crazy, right?
Yes.
That he started going crazy and accusing you of all sorts of stuff.
Yes.
And he actually struck you.
Yes.
And you called the police.
Yes.
And you stayed with your mom for a little bit after that?
Yes.
And then you were back at the shelter.
Yes.
But you did have a place and the shelter was fine with you being there.
I didn't have a place.
You had a place at the shelter?
Yes.
Sorry. Okay. And you contacted Adam.
Yes.
You contacted him quite a bit while he was gone, right?
Yes.
Because he was in jail for a bit and then he went to Farnham Center, right?
Yes, I gave him a ride. Our transportation drove him to the farm center.
And then he went to a sober house.
Yes.
And while at the sober house, you two communicated.
Yes.
But you thought he might be fooling around on you then.
Yes.
And you get mad at him.
Yes.
And you'd tell him he couldn't see the kids.
I don't remember that.
So sometimes you wouldn't let him see the kids and sometimes you would.
I don't remember saying that he couldn't see the kids.
Okay. Sometimes you'd get mad at him.
Yes.
And you'd communicate your anger to him.
Yes.
And then sometimes you got jealous.
Yes.
And you'd communicate your jealousy to him.
But that I didn't know that he was with a girlfriend at those times.
Right. You just were jealous. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Whether it was Kelsey or not, you didn't know what was going on, but...
No, because he was accusing me too.
Right.
So,
right. It was sort of a back and forth relationship between the two of you, right? And you'd get mad at him or he might get mad at you, right?
yes.
But when things were... but you were actually, both of you, sort of trying to get together too, right?
Yeah, we were trying to have our family back together.
Yeah. You considered him your best friend when things were good.
Yes. Same way with me.
You were pretty... things were good, right?
Yes.
And sometimes even when things were not so good.
Right.
Pretty solid with each other.
Yeah.
And so when Adam showed up with this woman in December of 2021, when you called him and told him to come back, you didn't like her.
No.
I think you called her thing.
Yeah.
But you needed to work with Adam to get through this investigation, right?
That's not why I was being nice to him, was not because of this situation.
Okay. Okay. The police talked to you before you told Adam to come back, but they talked to you after you told Adam to come back too, right?
Yeah.
And you would tell the police that he took Harmony to his mother's.
Yes.
And one time they asked you to come in to the police station and talk to him.
Yes.
And you did go into the police station and talk to him, right?
Yes.
You went in voluntarily, right?
Yes.
You said that you didn't need a lawyer.
No, I never said that.
You said you'd talk to him without a lawyer, right?
I said I wanted a lawyer, but that didn't happen.
Oh.
But I felt like I was doing the right thing.
Because you wanted to do the right thing?
Yes.
So you went to the police station to do the right thing for the investigation.
Right.
And you went to the police station to do the right thing for Harmony.
Right.
And you went to the police station and told them that as far as you knew, Adam drove Harmony to Crystal's.
Yes.
So you went to the police station to do the right thing, which was to lie?
No, that's not what I said when I went to the police station without a lawyer.
Okay. Do you recall that after you talked to them for a very long time, they gave you a chance to pull your thoughts together and be alone and maybe write down what you wanted to say?
Yes.
And that you did take that time to write down what you wanted to say to them, right?
Yes.
And they came in and you handed them the note, right?
Yes.
And they read the note, right?
Yes.
And they read it out loud for the record.
Yes.
Right? And they had you sign the note, right?
Yes.
And in that note you said, I don't know what happened. No clue. I just know he left to bring her to meet her mom to give Harmony to her after he dropped me off at work in the morning.
Yes.
And you wrote, I'm done talking. And you wrote a little bit more, and then you said, I can't help anymore. I'm sorry. I can't help you. Look at me, however, and I actually can't read it. show you a copy of Exhibit A2 for ID and actually ask you what it says.
Can you give me that? Word? You can look at me, however.
And I'm asking you if you said this stuff, if you need to refresh your recollection, you can, okay?
Okay.
So you said, I'm sorry, I can't help. You can look at me, however. Think of me, however. You just need to get him to talk because I can't get him to say anything to me. He won't tell me anything. So he obviously did something and isn't saying anything to me. And if he isn't telling me, how am I supposed to help you? I'm done talking. And then it goes on a little more for other stuff that I won't say, okay?
Okay.
Is that what you wrote for him?
Yes.
And you were done talking, right?
And I remember it saying I want a lawyer.
You did, right? In that letter.
Yes.
And you said that you were done talking and you were getting your lawyer and you wanted to go home now, please, right?
Yes.
So, Your Honor, I'd like to offer this as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
So essentially, you were pointing the finger at Adam having done something wrong, not you, right?
Right.
And you were lying to the police about what happened, right?
Right.
And you were giving them a lie that pretty much gave you, made you look completely innocent.
Yes.
Okay. And then they came to you another time?
Yes.
While you were at the Fit shelter?
Yes.
And they wanted to ask you about Adam, right?
Yes.
Because they actually saw you and Adam talking outside of the Fit shelter, and Adam had just walked away and they came up, right?
I don't remember how that went, but I guess.
Okay. Pretty much right after Adam walked away, they walked up, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. When they told you that they wanted to talk about Adam, you just sort of smiled at him and walked away, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And when the officer asked you to come to the police department, you said you'd already told him everything, right?
Yes.
And that was a lie as well, right? Yes. And then, during that interview, you also told them that you didn't understand why Crystal was saying she didn't have harmony.
Yeah.
Okay. And in that, and what you told the police back then was that you didn't have a clue what had happened, right?
Right.
And again, you are distancing yourself so that you have no fault in this, right? They can't blame you.
That's not what I was doing. I was doing what I was told to do the whole time.
Okay. Well, Adam got arrested on January 5th, right?
Yes.
You got arrested on January 6th.
Yes.
You knew that Adam was arrested, right?
Yes.
And you were arrested for something that eventually became a theft charge, right?
Yes.
And after you were arrested, you were incarcerated.
Yes.
You were incarcerated for several months.
Yes.
And you wanted to get out.
Yes.
You worked very, very hard to get out, right?
Yes.
You worked very hard to get into rehabilitation shelters and the like in hopes that you could get out to the shelter on bail.
Yes.
And it took a long time, right?
Yes.
I think it was May 6th you finally got out?
Yeah, it was 4 months.
Pardon?
4 months.
Okay. So May 6th is about right?
Yes.
I want to talk about some of the things going on while you were in jail, waiting to get out. Adam, by the way, you knew was not out on bail, right?
Right.
And you knew he could not get out on bail, right?
Right.
You had the ability to get out on bail, but he did not.
I didn't know he didn't have a chance to get out on bail.
Okay.
I didn't know what was going on with him.
Okay. What do you mean you didn't know what was going on?
I didn't know what his situation was with either getting out or not getting out or trying to get out. I had no idea.
Okay. You were sort of following events while you were incarcerated, right?
Not really.
Okay. You were following what was going on with Adam while you were incarcerated, right?
Overruled.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember talking to people about the fact that Adam was still talking to Kelsey on the phone while he was incarcerated?
Yes.
Okay. So, and you were saying, you know, I have ways of finding things out, right?
No.
Okay. We'll get back to that in a second. During that period of incarceration that you wanted to get out, you did not tell the police the truth of what happened to Harmony, right?
Right.
You didn't tell the police how Harmony died?
Right.
You didn't tell them when she died?
Right.
You You didn't tell him anything truthful at all, right?
Right.
And then while you were in jail, you sort of thought about your own trouble and maybe how to get out of trouble, right?
Not just my own trouble, but okay.
What do you mean?
I don't know how to explain it.
You thought about missing the kids, you mean? Their trouble too, because they didn't have their mother?
Yeah, and Adam. I was still thinking about Adam too.
Okay. You were thinking about Adam, weren't you?
Yeah.
And while you were thinking about how to get out of trouble, you sort of wrote some of your thoughts down on paper about how to get out of trouble, right?
Not how to get out of trouble, just what I was thinking. Yes.
About what you wanted, while you talked about betraying Adam, right?
Right.
To get what you wanted, right?
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of what is marked for ID as G10. Let's see if you recognize these writings. You finished?
Yeah.
Do you recognize those writings?
Yes.
And those are writings of your thoughts that you put to paper about what you wanted to betray Adam, right?
No. They are my thoughts. Yes.
Okay. Well, let's go. One of the things that you wanted was one last time with Adam, right?
Right.
You wanted one last time to maybe kiss him or make love.
Yep.
And what you didn't write was that you wanted protection from Adam, right?
Right.
What you didn't write was that you were afraid of Adam, right?
Right.
Because you didn't want protection from Adam, right?
I wasn't thinking about that.
Okay. You just wanted to be with him one last time before you, as you put it, betrayed him, right?
Yes.
And having one last time with Adam before you talked to the police, you felt like he would understand and he would love you back, right?
No, I'm thinking about the conversation that him and I had before.
About?
About the kids still having their mother
Okay.
when this situation occurs.
Right.
And that he would take everything.
Yeah.
So that I could be with the kids.
Right. You two talked about that and what would happen. And you both agreed that you were the mother. You were more important to the kids, right?
Right.
But you were the mother of his children, right?
Right.
And you needed to be there for his children, right? And you needed to be around more than he needed to be around.
No.
You actually wanted him to not be caught, right?
Yeah, I didn't.
Pardon?
I didn't.
And you wanted him to not be blamed for the death.
Right.
Because he didn't do what you said he did.
He did do what he did.
Okay. Well, one of the things that you wanted, other than being alone one last time, was immunity. Immunity for everything, the charges you were facing and what you were about to say, right?
Right.
And it's what you were about to say about Adam, right?
Right.
You weren't going to say anything about you if you didn't have to, right?
I was going to say everything.
Okay. And you wanted the kids in your life. You didn't want to lose custody of your kids, right?
Right.
And you wanted treatment, right?
Right.
You wanted mental health counseling, right?
Right.
And immunity from everything. Where did you learn about immunity? For
Adam.
Adam told you about immunity?
Yeah.
And this is things that you're going to talk to your lawyer about?
Yes.
Okay. And you thought that you want to see what the AG has to offer, but you don't want to end up being screwed yourself by them, right?
Right.
You didn't want them to play games with you and then you would get fucked in the end, right?
Yeah, because that's what Adam said that they would do.
Okay. It was all Adam, right?
I am my own person, but yes.
Okay. And you said, I am so fucked, I should just, I don't know, for harmony, for me, for my kids, so you actually thought, maybe I will help with the investigation for harmony.
Yeah.
And one of the things is you were noticing that Seamus was having a hard time, as well as Declan, and you didn't want them to get adopted out, right?
Right.
And it's one of the things that you talked to Adam about when you two agreed not to talk about Harmony's death was that people would take the children.
Right.
And you didn't want people to take the children, right?
Right.
And you would rather hide Harmony's death than have the state come and take the children from you, right?
That's not what I was thinking.
Okay. But you two talked about it and how important it was for you to be there with the kids and for them not to take the children, right?
Yes.
And it is a conversation that you and Adam had after you discovered Harmony's death.
Yes.
And it is something that you agreed to after you discovered Harmony's death, right?
Yes.
And Adam did agree to take the fall after you discovered Harmony's death and had that conversation.
Yes.
And as you said, when you two were in sync, it was about as tight as it could be, right?
Right.
Best friends, do anything for the other.
Right.
that note was your thoughts for what you wanted your attorney to talk to the AG about, right?
Yes.
And that note was found in your cell, hidden like between the mattress and the frame?
No, it was in a book.
Okay. But it was found during a regular cell search, right?
Yes.
And the COs asked you about that note.
Yes.
And you said that you wanted to talk to the AG.
Yes.
Right? And when you hoped to talk to the AG, those were the conditions that you wanted to get.
Yes.
And you did not have a conversation with the AG in January, right?
No.
Didn't have a conversation with the AG in February, right?
No.
Didn't have a conversation with the AG in March, right?
No.
But you did get a subpoena for the grand jury.
Yes.
And you understood what the grand jury was.
Yes.
And you did get out May 6th, right? That
Yes.
was before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you still didn't talk to the AG before you went to the grand jury.
Right.
By the way, I would like to have that introduced as a full exhibit. That would be G for ID.
The objection is withdrawn. Exhibit G, the ID is stricken. It is entered as a full exhibit.
Sorry, I couldn't do. So in any event, you, after that note was seized, you asked to talk to the AG. You didn't talk to the AG before getting subpoenaed to the grand jury, but you did get out, right?
Yes.
And before you got out, you actually filed for divorce, right?
Yes.
You filed for divorce in March.
Yes.
And you were done, right?
As hard as it was, yes.
Okay, done. He was in your past now.
Not really, but
Okay. But your future was about you now, right?
yeah, I tried.
Okay. And you went to the grand jury in May of 2022, May 20th, actually, right? Does that sound right?
I didn't know it was in the same month that I got out, but I thought it was around that time, between May and June.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of the front of the transcript of your testimony, would that help refresh your recollection about when it was?
Yes.
Okay, and this is State's Defendant's Exhibit B for ID. Does that refresh your recollection? Yes, please feel free to check through the transcript to make sure it's correct and that it's you.
I remember I remember going to this, yes.
Okay. And looking at it doesn't refresh your recollection about the exact day, but it seems like around the...
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you went to the grand jury, you had no immunity, right?
Right.
You had no agreement with the state.
Right.
And about 2 years, over 2 years had passed since Harmony had died.
Yes.
And over 2 months had passed since you wrote that note that is Exhibit G of the conditions that you'd like to get for, quote, betraying Adam, right?
Yes.
And so you went to the grand jury.
Yes.
And you were advised that you had to tell the truth, right?
Yes.
They actually swore you in like you were sworn in here.
Yes.
And there was a prosecutor there asking you questions.
Yes.
And there was a group of people, not in this configuration, but probably even more people there that were the grand jury.
Yes.
And you were not particularly happy with Adam when you went to the grand jury, right?
I was stuck in my head.
Okay. Well, you lied to the grand jury, right?
Yes.
Even though you swore an oath to tell the truth.
Yes.
And not only did you swear an oath to tell the truth, but you were actually given, I think what they called ground rules. You remember being given some of the rules of testifying in front of the grand jury?
Yes.
And you were told that you could refuse to answer any question if it would incriminate you, right?
Yes.
And you understood what incriminating you would mean, right?
Yes.
And that meant if it would get you in trouble.
Yes.
And you were told that incrimination was pretty much if your answer would risk you being charged with a crime.
Yes.
And you were also told that if you did answer, you had to answer truthfully.
Yes.
But you were also told that if you had an answer that got someone else in trouble, you had to answer that.
Yes.
And you were asked if you had any questions about those rules, right?
Yes.
And you were also told that if you had a question about any of the questions,
yes,
meaning if a question might incriminate you or not, you could take a break, step outside and talk to your lawyer, right?
Yes.
Your lawyer wasn't allowed in the courtroom, but he was available to you, right?
Yes.
And if you thought that a question might get you in trouble, you could go out and talk to your lawyer.
Yes.
And you were also told that you could get charged with perjury if you lied to the grand jury.
Yes.
You were told that not only could you get charged with perjury if you lied to the grand jury, but you could get charged with perjury for each and every lie.
Yes.
And that a perjury charge could bring a sentence of 3.5 to 7 years.
Yes.
In prison.
Yes.
And that if you lied more than once, you could get more than one sentence of 3.5 to 7.
Yes.
You could get a sentence of 3.5 to 7 for every lie you told to the grand jury.
Yes.
And you lied to the grand jury.
Yes.
And you lied more than once?
Yes.
You lied more than twice?
I only got 2 counts of it, so I don't remember lying more than twice.
You do not recall lying more than twice to the grand jury?
Right.
You think you only lied twice to them?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go through what you talked to the grand jury about. They actually talked to you. The prosecutor had this note.
Yes.
The grand jury, right?
Yes.
And I couldn't tell, was it this note that was handwritten by you, or was it a copy of it?
It was a copy of it.
Okay. And he read some and had you read some of the note out loud to the grand jury, so he could ask you questions about it, right?
Yes.
And he asked you what you meant by thinking about betraying Adam, right?
Yes.
And you said you were thinking about, you know, that he hurt Adam, Harmony, right?
Yes.
Because he had actually only been arrested on June 5th for second-degree assault to Harmony.
Yes.
And you said that betrayal sort of referred to that. You were going to betray him on that.
Yes.
Okay. Because you said that you didn't know what happened to Harmony, that you had no idea.
Yes.
That was a lie.
Yes.
And You said you thought Adam hurt her, but you didn't know what happened to her.
Yes.
That was a lie.
Yes.
And that was a lie that protected you, but pointed the finger at Adam, right?
Yes.
Okay. And, you were asked about physical abuse by Adam,
Yes.
and you said he spanked her a couple of times when she wasn't listening or something, but it wasn't a lot.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
No.
And when they asked, well, what is it that you're talking about betraying him, you said, well, he verbally abused her by putting her in a corner and spanking her.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
No.
Okay. You told the grand jury that the last time you saw Harmony was 2 days after Thanksgiving, 2019.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
Yes.
You told them that Adam dropped you off at work because he was bringing her to her mother's.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
Yes.
And you said all the kids were in the car, you were going to work, and everybody was fine.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
Yes.
You said that you worked in the morning. You knew it was, they asked you about your shift, and you said it was 6 to 2 at Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Yes.
And that was the truth for when you worked at Dunkin' Donuts, but it was a lie for 2 days after Thanksgiving, right? You didn't work at Dunkin' Donuts 2 days after Thanksgiving.
Right.
And that was one of the lies that you got charged with.
Yes.
Okay. But you had lied before that, right? To the grand jury already.
Yes.
And then you also said the day that you were working on the Dunkin' Donuts, and that was your second charge.
Yes.
So you got charged for lying about the shift that you worked at Dunkin' Donuts, and you got charged for lying about...
It was the location.
The location, not the
Yes,
day.
yes.
Okay. The location of Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Yes.
But not all those other lies that we've already talked about. You didn't get charges for them, right? And when you told the grand jury that you were working at Dunkin' Donuts that day, the prosecutor actually gave you a hint. He said, "Are you sure?" And you said, "Yeah," right?
Yeah. Yes.
And he said, "Take a minute and think because we had the records," right?
Right.
And you repeated the lie anyway.
Yes.
And, but you knew that they knew at that point that you might be lying.
Yes.
You knew that you might be getting caught.
Yes.
And you didn't know what to do.
No, I did not.
So you just continued in your lie.
Yes.
And so you said that you had a conversation with Adam, and he told you a day or two before taking Harmony to her mother that he was going to do that, right?
Yes.
And that was a lie?
Yes.
And you said that you figured he gave her to her mom because her mom, Crystal, had a place.
Yes.
You didn't figure he gave her to her mom.
No.
You knew that she had died.
Yes.
And she had died in the car.
Yes.
She died in the car with you,
Yes.
and you knew it.
Yes.
And so when you said you're trying to convince the grand jury that you're telling the truth, right?
Right.
Because every time you lie to them, you are subject to 3.5 to 7.
Right.
And so you want them to believe you.
Right.
And then you tell them that one of the reasons that you didn't think about what was going on with Harmony was because you had a lot of stuff going on with your son.
I don't remember that.
Okay. You said that one of the reasons that Adam brought Harmony to her mom was because she had already been through so much with the state that he didn't want her to live in the car anymore, and she could live in a better place with Crystal.
Yes.
And that, again, was trying to get the grand jury to believe your story.
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
And you said Harmony was a normal kid, right?
Yes.
And that was not a lie.
No.
You said that she had issues like anybody else.
Yes.
And that was not a lie.
No.
And you said that you actually, when Adam came back without Harmony, you actually asked, did you take Harmony to Crystal, like you said, and he told you he had.
Yes.
And that was the lie.
Yes.
You told the grand jury you didn't think it was strange that Adam didn't buy Harmony birthday cards or talk to Crystal about Harmony, right?
Right.
And they asked you why, and you said it was because you had your own issues with your eldest son, and with all that you and Adam were going through, you weren't thinking about Harmony or your eldest son.
Right.
And that is the son that is not of you and Adam, right?
Right.
That is a son that you were also visiting.
Yes.
And there was a lot going on with your son. Adam had a lot going on with Harmony, and so you just didn't think about all those things because it was too chaotic.
Yes.
And so while some of that might be true, that certainly wasn't why you weren't thinking about Harmony, or about Adam not staying in touch with Harmony, right?
Right.
Because you knew Adam was dead, right? Harmony was dead, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And so you just sort of made that up as a reason why things are going on in your head, so something that would be strange to other people wasn't strange to you, right?
Right.
It just sort of popped in your head. This is a good reason to give the grand jury to try and convince them I'm telling the truth.
Right.
But it was from a real life detail, right? That was going on in your life with your eldest son.
Yes.
And you told the grand jury that Adam had been violent to you, so you believed that he had been violent to his daughter.
Yes.
But you hadn't seen anything.
Right.
And you told them that you were under the assumption that whole time that Harmony was with her mother.
Yes.
Another lie.
Yes.
You told the grand jury, obviously you were thinking he did something wrong, but you didn't want to think about that, right?
Right.
And you said because you had the other kids too, right?
Right.
You had other stuff to think about.
Right.
When the prosecutor asked you, do you think it's a good possibility that Harmony's not around anymore? You said that could be a possibility, right?
Right.
You didn't tell them that you knew she was dead, right? You didn't tell them that you were there when she died.
Right.
And that's kind of a lie by omission, right?
Yes.
It's like not telling him something to send him down the wrong road, right?
Right.
And when they asked you if you remembered any more about the day that Adam drove off with Harmony, you told them what you remembered. Seamus was 2 and Declan was 11
Months.
months. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked if you remembered anything Adam said, and you said, no, not that I can. You sort of let it trail off, right?
Right.
You were asked if you were done with Adam at the time that you were testifying, right?
Right.
You said, are you done with him? And you said yes.
Right.
And are you saying that was a lie?
Yes.
Okay. And you told them that you kept insisting that all you knew was that Adam drove off with Harmony, and that was all you knew.
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
And that is protecting you.
And Adam.
It's actually pointing the finger at Adam, right?
No.
Okay.
Not
Well,
when it's the lie.
Okay. Because you told them that you thought Adam must have done something wrong with Harmony, right?
Right.
And you were pointing the finger at Adam, right?
Right.
And you were protecting you.
Right.
Okay. And when the subject of the items that Harmony had, you told him that Harmony had a sports cup with pink flowers, right?
I don't remember telling them that. They showed me a picture of it.
Oh, okay. Do you remember telling them that?
I just remember the picture.
Did you tell them that she was wearing Nike sneakers?
Yes.
And that she was wearing a Star Wars hoodie?
Yes.
And you talked to the jury with a straight face about remembering what she was wearing, right?
Yes.
Even though the Star Wars hoodie is what you cut off of her body in the shower at Union Avenue.
Right.
Okay. And you didn't have any problem talking about that to the grand jury, that that's what she was wearing, right?
Right.
But you did have a problem telling the grand jury the truth, that you were cutting off her clothes in the shower at Union Avenue.
Right.
And you said the last time you saw Harmony, she was happy.
Yes.
And you had no problem with that lie to the grand jury, right?
Right.
And the last time you saw Harmony, you thought she was asleep, but she was dead.
Yes.
Okay. One of the things that happened at the grand jury was you were talking about some of the things that the family did after eviction, right?
Yes.
And you talked about going to Colonial Village, right?
Yes.
And Colonial Village is what you've talked about on Direct, pretty much where you kind of camped out during the weeks before you went to your mom's.
Yes.
And I think you told the grand jury that you went to your mom's around the 11th.
Yes.
And that seems about right?
Yeah, it was the beginning of December.
The 11th?
in the beginning of the month of December.
Okay, well,
I call that the beginning. Sorry.
you'd been in the car for a couple of weeks before going to your mom's, right?
Right.
So, you told them that your car had died and you slept in the car of your friend Anthony Badero for a weekend.
Yes.
And it was sometime after that that you went to your mom's.
Yes.
And you told them that Badero saw Harmony every day while living at the Colonial for that couple of weeks, right?
Yes.
And that was a slip-up, right?
I don't remember.
Well, if you were telling the grand jury that Harmony died on November 30th, but you're talking about being in the car for a couple of weeks from the 20th.
All right, hold on, no speaking objections, please approach.
You told the grand jury that the last time you saw Harmony was November 30th,
Yes.
which was 3 days after your eviction,
Yes.
but that you stayed at Colonial Village, you have said, for about 2 weeks
Yes.
after eviction, right?
Yes.
And you told the grand jury that Bordello saw Harmony every day behind the Colonial
Yes.
for those 2 weeks, right? That was a slip-up, right?
No, because he did see her.
Okay. For 2 weeks?
He did see her a couple of times, yes.
You said every day behind the Colonial?
Not every day.
Okay. For those 2 weeks, he saw her, right?
Yes.
For a couple of weeks, right?
A couple of days. During those weeks, he did see her for a couple of days.
Do you recall which days?
No, I just know we were still in the car.
Did, Anthony Bordello didn't see y'all very much before you were parked at the Colonial, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Did he see Harmony often?
Once in a while, if we drove to his place.
Okay. Would you go in to his place with Harmony?
No,
Okay.
we'd be in the car.
Okay. And so I'm going to show you a portion of your grand jury testimony. And ask you to read it to yourself. And then I'm going to ask you some questions about it, okay?
Okay.
Okay. And I will say that this starts after you're talking about the accidents that we've talked about earlier today.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to show you a specific page, which is 45. And feel free to read anything that you want, but start at 45, going through until the subject changes, okay?
Okay.
So, and I'm starting at page 45. The prosecutor talked about, so you stayed near Colonial Village for a period of time, right?
Yes.
And he's talking about after eviction when you are staying in the car with the family behind Colonial Village, right?
Yes.
And you say yes. He asked if any. Refresh your recollection.
Yes.
And at first, you told them that Badero saw Harmony. Did you tell them that Badero saw Harmony for probably every day for like a couple of weeks?
Yes.
Was that the truth?
No, it was like every couple of days.
For the whole 2 weeks?
Yes.
He would go out there to the car, right? And talk to y'all, right?
Yes.
And sometimes he and Adam would go off and do stuff.
No.
Adam and he might actually give Badero, drive Badero in Badero's car for a while, right?
No.
And that's why was Badero coming out to the car for you?
Because we were getting drugs.
Okay, so you're saying Badero came out to the car to give you drugs?
Yes.
Okay. You said that Badero saw Harmony probably every day, but now you're saying it's probably every couple of days?
Yes.
And after you said that to the prosecutor, do you remember actually addressing the fact that you said that you hadn't seen Harmony after November 30th?
No.
Does that refresh your recollection about whether he raised that?
I'm sorry.
That he actually reminded you that you had said that Harmony went missing on the 30th, right?
Right.
And so he said, are you saying Badero saw Harmony before November 30th? And you said, yeah.
Yes, he did.
Okay. But you were actually saying also that Badero saw Harmony during that 2-week period that you were behind his place.
Right.
Okay. But you said that Harmony had disappeared, been gone, left.
Overruled.
So that was sort of a slip saying that, right?
Overruled.
No.
You're talking about events after the 30th where Badero is seeing Harmony at a time that you're telling the grand jury that Harmony has gone off. Adam took her to her mother.
After the 30th. He saw her before that.
Okay.
Okay.
For 2 weeks after eviction, while you're staying at Colonial Village, he saw her during those 2 weeks. Is that right?
Yes.
So eviction would be November 27th, right?
Yes.
And for that 2-week period, that would take you just shy of December 8, 9?
Yes.
And so you are saying that Mr. Badero is seeing Harmony in December.
Yes.
That was a slip, right?
No. I didn't know what the last time was that he saw her, but I know that he did see her every couple of days during that time.
Okay, but if Harmony was if you're saying that Harmony is gone since November 30th, how can somebody be seeing her in your car after November 30th?
Approach. Go ahead.
You told the grand jury that you got evicted on the 28th, 27th.
Yes.
And you told the grand jury that for 2 weeks from that eviction, you stayed at Colonial Village.
Yes.
But you told the grand jury that 3 days after that eviction, Adam took Harmony to his mother's.
Yes.
Or to her mother's.
Yes.
So that she was no longer in the car.
Yes.
But you also told the grand jury that Anthony Badero saw Harmony throughout that 2-week period, right?
Right.
Okay. Are you saying that Harmony was in your car during that 2-week period for the Badero? Are you telling the grand jury that he was in your car for that 2-week period after Adam had taken Harmony to her mother's?
Yes, because that didn't happen.
Overruled.
Pardon?
Yes, because she didn't actually go missing on November 30th. So yes, he did see her.
Okay. So that was actually the truth, right? And it was a truth that was very inconsistent with the lie that you had been telling, right? So you sort of slipped up there, but it got missed, right? After that, maybe it is a good spot.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a good time for our mid-afternoon break. We'll take about 15 minutes, and we'll come back and resume the testimony. I'll ask you to just stay here. Please rise for the jurors. right, she can step down, have about a 15-minute break, and then she can come on back to the stand. All right, everybody, 15 minutes. Everybody ready?
Yes. No.
Not quite yet. Not quite yet. Not quite yet. Ready? All right. Please rise for the jurors. Please be seated. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. At the grand jury, you were asked about those car accidents, remember?
Yes.
And you said that you recalled two, and that Harmony was in the car for one of them, but she wasn't in the car for the other, right?
Yes.
And that you couldn't remember why she wasn't in the car for the other, right? And you thought that that was a November accident that she wasn't in the car for.
Right.
Is that the December accident that she wasn't in the car for?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember that Tabitha Scott was in the November 29th accident, was in the car during that?
Yes.
Okay. So you thought it was November, but you're probably talking about the December accident where Harmony wasn't in the car?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember on direct that the prosecutor asked you to look at the grand jury?
Yes.
I'm sorry, at this jury. Do you remember when he asked you here to look at this grand jury?
Yes.
And
Overruled.
I said grand jury again, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
sorry, yes, stand.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Do you remember at the end of your direct testimony, the prosecutor asked you to look at this jury?
Yes.
And he asked you, did you kill Harmony? And you looked at this jury and you said no?
Yes.
Do you remember that the prosecutor at the grand jury asked you to look at the grand jurors?
Yes.
And he asked you to tell them what happened to Harmony, and you said you didn't know?
Yes.
So looking at jurors while you're lying doesn't change the lie, right?
Right.
So you also told the grand jury that neither Adam nor anyone else asked you to lie about what happened to Harmony, right?
Right.
And that lie that you told the grand jury, you told them freely, right?
Yes.
And it was a lie that you and Adam came up with when you didn't want DCYF in taking your kids or blaming either of you or anything like that, right?
Right.
And that lie protected you and let the investigation focus on Adam.
Yes.
You also told the grand juror that when you contacted Adam and told him to come back to Maine, and he came back to Maine, you said that once there, Adam said, tell them I brought her to her mother, right?
Yes.
And that was sort of the truth, right?
Yes.
As he said, you'll be okay, just stick with the story, right?
Right.
You didn't have to worry.
Right.
He would be there for you.
Right.
One of the, in the grand jury, unlike this jury, the individual jurors were allowed to ask you questions, right?
Yes.
And so you not only had a prosecutor asking you questions, you had individual grand jurors asking you questions, right?
Yes.
And you lied to them, right?
Yes.
You told them that you were actually feeling scared for Harmony at some point, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. You still have that grand jury testimony there?
Yes.
And I'm going to point you to page 64, and this is to refresh your recollection. If you would check out, it's about halfway down the page that the conversation starts, but you can check before that to make sure, and on to the next page.
Okay.
So, when you were talking about meeting up with Adam when he came back from Maine, and he told you to tell them that he took Harmony to her mother, you were actually asked about the fact that the investigation is going on, right?
Yes.
And you told this jury that you had actually seen Crystal on the news talking about her missing daughter, right? I'm sorry, not at the grand jury today, to this jury.
Yes.
And when, in light of that, when Adam said, I took her to her mother, do you remember being asked at that point again, did it make you wonder what really happened to Harmony? And you said, yeah, it did, right?
Yes.
And do you recall being asked if you were scared for Harmony at that point?
Yes.
Telling the grand jurors that you were scared for her.
Yes.
And you were telling the grand jurors this at a time that you knew that she was dead.
Yes.
And you insisted you didn't know what happened to her, right?
Right.
Now, these are several more lies that you've told the grand jury, right?
Right.
And you talked to this jury about Adam in the spring of 2020, accusing you of things and punching you?
Yes.
And you told the grand jury that he punched you 2 times, right?
It was more than that.
Okay.
But yes, I did.
And you told them that you left Adam because you saw abuse as a kid and you didn't want your kids surrounded by that stuff.
Yes.
And that's when you left Adam in March of 2021, right?
Yes.
But you actually left him also in April or in the spring of 2020 for a very short period of time, right?
I don't remember that.
You don't recall leaving with the kids for a couple of times in the spring of 2020?
No.
Okay. Because the spring in 2020 is when you started talking about the first time that Adam started thinking weird things were happening, right?
Yeah, but I didn't leave him. We still lived in the same. We just moved to the Union Street apartment building.
Okay. And you didn't just leave for a bit and go to a friend's for a day or so?
No.
Okay.
I remember I left for a couple hours with the kids, but I went back to the house. I went back to the apartment.
Okay. So one of the times that he was feeling like there were cameras and stuff, you just had to get away from him, right?
He fell asleep, so I took the kids and left.
Yeah. Because he was acting very strange.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm going to move on from the grand jury testimony for now. Take that back away from you if you'd like. Thank you. When the grand jury testimony was over, you were able to leave. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were still out in public on bail.
Yes.
And by the way, I was told that I did mess up again. Adam was arrested January 4, and you were arrested January 5. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. So you are out, but you have certain conditions that require that you, report to the police station?
Yes.
You have to report in person. How many times did you have to report?
Every day.
Every day you had to come to the police station so that they would know that you were around, right?
Yes.
And so you were doing that before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you were doing it after the grand jury.
Yes.
And every day you're at the police station. And one day, and it was June 3rd, you
Yes.
come in for a reporting day, right?
Yes.
Or a reporting time, sorry. And you got arrested.
Yes.
And you kind of knew that that might happen because you knew that you had lied to the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you got arrested for 2 charges of perjury before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And it was about your shift at Dunkin' Donuts?
Yes.
And it was about the location of Dunkin' Donuts?
Yes.
And we talk about a whole lot more lies that you told the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you didn't get arrested for any of those lies, right?
Right.
And probably talked about more than 20 lies that you told the grand jury.
Yes.
Maybe more.
Yes.
And you got 2 charges for lying to the grand jury, right?
Yes.
Now, before testifying in front of the grand jury, you had some other prior convictions, right?
Yes.
One was for false information to a police officer,
Yes.
and one was for altering a prescription drug.
Yes.
And you got incarcerated on that one on a probation violation in 2013
Yes.
and got out in 2014.
Yes.
And it was sometime after that that you and Adam got together?
Yes.
And you were together but got married in 2017?
Yes.
And you got married on Harmony's birthday.
Yes.
And that was intentional, right?
It wasn't supposed to be on her birthday.
Okay.
We were getting married before our son was born, and he came 3 weeks early, and he ended up being born the day before Harmony's birthday. And we were planning a baby shower wedding that Sunday, and we ended up having the JP come to our house and marry us while I was in the middle of contractions, and then we had the baby.
And that was, you did it during the shower because friends and loved ones had been there too.
Yeah, that's what we were supposed to do, but we didn't get to.
Okay. And when you went to the grand jury, you were also facing other felonies at the time, right?
Yes.
At the time.
Yeah.
That was confusing. On May 20th, when you went to the grand jury, you had some felonies that you had been charged with but had not been resolved.
Yes.
And 2 of them were for receiving stolen property.
Yes.
And 1 of them was a theft by deception.
Yes.
And although you got charged for them, they were dismissed as a part of the agreement that you reached with the state, right? And when you were out on bail, on the 3rd, they held you for a few days, right?
Yes.
And you got rebailed for those perjury convictions, right?
Yes.
So the day that you came in, they had to arrest you and book you, and you had to go to jail, and eventually, 3 or 4 days later, you were able to get out on bail.
Yes.
Same bail conditions as before.
Yes.
No changes.
No.
And you were supposed to be of good behavior,
Yes.
and you were supposed to be drug and alcohol free,
Yes.
and you got rearrested. You were supposed to remain arrest free too, right?
Yes.
And you got rearrested, right?
Yes, because I missed court.
Pardon?
I missed court, so I got arrested.
They found you and arrested you on a capias for missing court, but you also got charged with prescription drugs.
Yes.
And that case went away as well on the day of your plea to the perjury indictments,
Yes.
right? So I wanted to talk about June 3rd and your interview with the police. You certainly didn't know that day that you would be arrested when you walked in for your check-in, right?
Right.
And on that day when you walked in and got arrested on your check-in, you didn't know if you would be able to walk out.
Right.
They might hold you in jail again for perjury.
Right.
because it's a pretty serious offense, right? And you knew that when you raised your hand and swore an oath to the grand jury that if you lied to him, it would be a very serious thing.
Yes.
And so you were kind of concerned that you may not be able to get back out on bail when you got arrested.
Yes.
And you said you were ready to talk.
Yes.
You said you wanted to give a statement, right?
Right.
And you did not have an agreement when you said that, right?
Right.
You did not have any negotiation when you said that, right?
Right.
The AG had not actually met up with you at all when you said that, right?
Right.
And you wanted to make sure that you got out as soon as you could, right?
Right.
And so your attorney was called.
Yes.
And there was a sort of agreement reached before you gave your statement, right?
Right.
And you didn't get immunity for crimes, right?
Right.
And you didn't get future immunity for any crimes that you might commit.
Right.
But you did get an agreement that whatever you said that day couldn't be used against you.
Right.
And that they would look at what you said that day, and if they wanted to use it, then you might be able to reach an agreement.
Right.
And so that wasn't the immunity from everything that you had wanted, right?
Right.
That wasn't the no time deal that you had wanted, right?
Right.
That wasn't the ankle monitor that you had wanted, right?
Right.
And there was certainly no guarantee or conversation about you and your future life with your children.
Right.
But you knew they had you solid on the perjury, right?
Right.
You were never getting around that one, right?
Right.
And so you decided that this would probably be the best that you could do to get as few consequences for your actions as possible.
Yes.
Are you okay?
My head hurts. I'm like having a migraine.
Do you need to stop? May we approach Your Honor?
long day for everyone, and I would like to give the witness an opportunity to have a rest before we proceed. So what I'm going to do is we're going to stop for the day today. I know I had said to you that I thought we would go until 4, but I think it makes sense for us to stop for the day. So we're going to end now. You're going to come back at 8:45 on Monday morning. I cannot say to you strongly enough how important it is for you to avoid all media this weekend. Please avoid all media this weekend. Additionally, if people know you're sitting on this case, they may want to speak to you about it. They may have opinions about it, even though they're not here listening to the evidence in the same way you are. Please do not talk about this case with anyone. There will come a time, as I said to you earlier, when you will be able to do that. That time is not now. So, it's supposed to be a little warm this weekend. I hope you'll find some good activities to do, but stay away, stay offline, stay away from the newspapers, stay away from any media coverage of this case, okay? Same rules that I've said to you earlier apply as well about driving by locations. If it's on your route home, drive by, don't give it any extra attention. Don't go to any of the places that we visited on The View or the places you've heard about here. Don't look up any names. Don't do any research on the law. The court will give that to you in the court's instructions. I remind you that if in your comings and goings you see any of the witnesses or any of the parties that are involved in this case, they have been instructed not to speak with you, and you're instructed not to speak with them, so they are not being rude if they don't acknowledge your presence. You have all been extremely attentive today, and we are very, very appreciative. We will see you back here on Monday morning, 8:45 for a 9 a.m. start. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your attention today. All rise for the jurors. Jane Garrity, could you approach for just a minute? You may be seated.